Okay, we're here. I'm gonna put you right there. Turn on some light and turn off the light. Okay, so we got a little bit more to go. I'm a little behind. There we go. Wow, I'm really zoomed out. Like extremely zoomed out. Let's fix that, shall we? Okay then. I'm just really bright and I am not caring 1 second about it. So, today we are playing not that button. Because where was that? Oh no, I'm in the wrong button spot. There we go. We are right now going to be doing Gale of Darkness. I see you there. My monitor is very tiny and very pixelated, so I can't really see chat, so I'm loading it up on my phone here. Give me 1 moment here. Okay, so I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong. Nabia. My my setup is kind of all over the place. If you were here yesterday, you probably saw it, but just little shits and giggles. Yeah, we're moving you again. So this is my setup, and I still got it. So we got the Series X there. The GameCube is really right behind it. We got the Super Nintendo kind of right behind the TV, so we use cable extensions. The 64 is right behind it. We got Sega, Genesis, 32X, and CD right there. TurboGrafx right underneath the switcher. It's 2 things above my Wii here. We got Dreamcast, original Nintendo. There's a Saturn in this. I just haven't really collected a lot of games for it. I got maybe 3 games. Same with the TurboGrafx. We have a PS3, PS4, and a 360. This is my television set. My Atari, my PS2, and my Xbox. And all my cartridges. I know you can't really see because there's no light down there. What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting something. I feel like I'm forgetting something kind of important. Oh yeah, this right here. That's not a keyboard. It is, but it isn't. It's put you back. It is the Atari. The game is super loud. Let me just turn you down then. See, this is what's great. This is actually the second game with Shadow Pokemon. We did a Coliseum, I think like last month, maybe the month before. It's been a minute. But this is the sequel to it. But how does it sound now? Is it louder than me? It shouldn't be. I turned it down pretty low. But, I mean, even in general, this game is generally loud. But Yeah, we play a lot of different stuff here. And I did realize I skipped one console just because it's pretty well hidden. Uh, when I showed you the Super Nintendo, there's a controller, you know, I showed you with the extension there, or at least for the GameCube. Uh, we do have a Switch. I was debating doing, uh, I was debating doing a Brilliant Diamond, but I haven't decided yet because I got Pokemon in there that I probably should transfer out before I started a new game. Anyways, let's jump into this. Better question for me now is why can't I hear the game? So I am going to double check that. Let's see. Game. We'll do that, then that. Maybe? Maybe I'm just not as smart as I think I am. Who knows? Oh well, it's not like I really need the music. Yes, the memory card has been read, but we are not continuing it because I am not revealing my name. Not to mention the fact that that save file is nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, but Pichu's. Because you have to beat the game, and then beat a Game Boy Advance game to transfer all the Pokemon out. So I just bred a whole bunch of Pichu's in Emerald. They all know Volt Tackle, at least. Okay, so, uh, well, at least they gave us some randomly normal names. Uh, well, I will do. Ramen is okay, but uh, I got mashed potatoes instead. So, but ramen is okay. And thank you for the luck. Look at these top-notch graphics. I don't care what anyone says. The Switch hasn't touched this level. Like, look at that. Shadow Lugia is a beast. These are pretty good mashed potatoes. Now, granted, I know Lugia has a shiny form and I believe it's red instead of blue or purple, whatever it is. But come on, can't we get Shadow Lugia as a variant? Like, of all things, that should be something we should get. Let's see. He's Brick Break. Brick Break sounds good. I just don't think Earthquake does anything for Metagross. I could be wrong. You and your Sludge Bomb. Okay, I think we might lose this one already. I don't really remember this part at the very beginning, but oh well. Yep, we died. Let's see what happens now. Let's see, what does this guy have to say? We should murder him. That's like the most unspoken rule of Pokemon. You don't bring up their dad. Like, ever. It really does bother me that I can't hear. Oh well. I'm curious what her battling skill was before that, because that Salamence died in like 2 hits. Well, we at least met the mom. Okay, so the first thing I will say about this game is that it's actually the first game uh, I think this was like one of the first GameCube games I ever had. I got this one with Coliseum and what other games? I had a couple other games. I still got them now. Custom Robo, which maybe someday we'll jump into. Machine of Catching Pokemon. Interesting. It's not like we haven't heard that one before. I'm trying to think. What other games did I have when I got my GameCube? Let's see, it was the 2 Pokemon games. It was Custom Robo and Tales of Symphonia. That's what it was. Which is ironic considering that since that game's come out, most people that I've read reviews from say that it's the best version. Okay, see, here's our lore dump. 5 years ago, criminals used artificial means to close the hearts of Pokemon, turning them into fighting machines. We're developing the system to save such afflicted Pokemon. We call this the Purify Chamber. It's not necessary in today's peaceful times, but one never knows what may happen. So, despite the fact that I think like almost every location you visit in Coliseum, you visit in this game too. You could just do the same process of purifying Pokemon there or hear as you did there, I would imagine. Bliss, bliss. Let's see, we got nothing in our boxes, but we got an Eevee, a level 10 Eevee. In Colosseum, you start with Umbreon and Espeon. Okay, the game is bringing up the dad now, and the thing is that I don't think you ever meet the main character's dad. But Colosseum, you get Umbreon and Espeon. This one, you get to choose which evolution. Plus, they're both, I think, starting out level 25. Well, we already talked to him. With her Mimi? Okay, so we don't go that way. We don't go that way. And I assume this is also an exit. Oh, no, there's an item here. We got 2 antidotes. I wonder why they're called antidotes. Is poison just called dotes? Let's see, there's a Curlia with some dude there. There's a Minun. I think the red one's Minun. We got a shiny. Huh, it's just the PDA. We got some potions. Maybe that's Plusle, not Minun. I could be wrong. I don't know anymore. They're just half Pikachus anyways. Nothing in the fridge. Well, I think if you're gonna play hide and seek with anyone, you make sure that they at least stay within a certain area. That way they don't get lost or kidnapped. I mean, that, okay, so we found a back door. This game has the Gen 3 matchups. So, because I don't know what's standard anymore, considering that Pokemon has gone over 1,000 Pokemon. But yeah, we got our normal types, we got our, steel types, fire types. We got our abilities, our natures, and all that. Isn't Metagross Steel Psychic? I feel like Metagross would be it's either super effective against him or it's not. Oh, well then. I thought Steel just resisted poison, and that's probably why it resisted Ghost, but it's been a long time since I've really played with Gen 3 games. I mean, yeah, I did play Emerald not too long ago, but when it comes to Ghost type, the whole Ghost Psychic, Dark type thing, when you throw Ghost in there, I always tend to forget what does what. I just know that Dark is good against Psychic, and Psychic can't do crap against Dark. But considering that most Ghost types are poison, I just hit it with Psychic and call it a day. Alrighty, let's fight him with our level 10 Eevee and probably die. Who knows? That Sunkern doesn't even have a level on it. Our Eevee doesn't have a level on it. Oh, okay, yeah, we might actually win this. He's level 5. So let's do some biting. That Absorb's not going to do much with it being all, dark outside. I mean, I know that it's not Synthesis or Mega Drain, but still. And it's not enough for level up. But he's going to make like a metal version of Groudon and Kyogre later on in this, I believe. And you get to fight it with your Pokemon. What about your game of hide and seek? I mean, I got no other option, do I? I have to go and get my kid's sister. And if she has Stockholm Syndrome here, then we really need to have Eevee bite the sense back into her. I mean, there's also a guy standing on the other side of the desk. There, you want to feel old? You want to feel old? The fact that it mentions VCR. Okay, I have to grab the game case now. What year was this distributed in? Let's see. 2005. We were still using VCRs in 2005. That's a busted controller. So I'm not concerned about it. A VCR, I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic or not. Are you being sarcastic? Because I will answer this honestly. But I need to know if you're being serious or not. Okay, I was about to say. Because the VCR here, I mean, not for the GameCube in particular, but the VCR here is how I play my Atari and my Intellivision and my Atari computer. Okay, well, I'm going over here. Oh, it's locked. The power draining light bulb. So who wants to buy this power draining light bulb? That's a like this is the only problem having cords. You get strapped around stuff. Let's see what else there is. Jet. I mean, technically, isn't dust fine particles anyways? That if I were to have this vacuum cleaner, I would have to have it be able to be half mobile, half attached to the wall. Because you would need, like, because I'm just thinking, like, I'm going to just use my deodorant here as an example. If this is a vacuum and I am vacuuming, you know, mashed potatoes or something up and it just shoots out the back, like, yeah, it'll be fine particles, but it's still in the house. Yeah, see it. We'll do one more. One more. Power saving refrigerator. Let's see how this get. So your food will go bad if you're not standing in front of it 24/7. Well, I can't hear anything in the game, so I guess I am spared. Talk to this dude. Okay. The battle music is actually pretty good, though. Some of the town music is okay. This song, however, I couldn't tell you offhand because I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it? Why do you hate me so? Yesterday you couldn't give audio to the audience, now you can't give it to me. I mean, in all fairness, you couldn't give it to me yesterday either, so... Yeah, let's take our annoying little blue... Okay, here's... You know, let's go back so then we can stop this annoying music. Okay, we were heading right back. However, you know what, before we go, just because we're here, we're going to take a quick survey of the area. Just because there could be a box somewhere hidden around here. And it's just better to get all the items you can as quickly as you can. But I don't think we have an item box here anywhere. I don't think. Both in game and out, I don't think. I just do. Look at that, we got a nice little moped, little Vespa. Okay, so here is the $1,000,000 question. As someone with red hair, okay? As someone with red hair, natural red hair, I should say. And we're going to assume within this game that it is normal for people to have bluish hair, because even the guy in the background there has blue hair, and our sister has blue hair. Where is this hair color coming from? Because our mom right there has brown. And I don't think you ever meet the dad. Like, red is recessive. Do you think blue would be recessive? Sad. Well, good, because we wanted to see him too. Like, there was a shortcut we discovered literally just before we left here. No, we took the shortcut. That was not a shortcut this time. Okay, everyone in there seems normal, so he must be here. Okay, so why, besides the plot of Colosseum and Shadow Pokemon existing, why would you make this and not be evil? If we're the best trainer, then this lab is screwed. Right? It is weird about the hair. Like I said, red hair is recessive. Do you think blue would be a recessive gene? Now we're part cyborg. And we have goggles that I don't even think we ever wear. Well, he just hit 31. So, that's good. Alright, we can make a team. Yeah, you guys do use Pokeballs, okay? Like, 5 years ago, I could buy Pokeballs from at least one guy. Oh no! Oh look, it's the Space Force! We're not looking for mercy, we're looking for bloodshed. You know, he seems pretty relaxed there. Like, he seems really happy to be helped like that. I ain't judging. So, unlike Coliseum, this time we got a nice, fancy... Like, look at him. See? He's happy! Back to what I was saying. This time it's just us. In Coliseum, it's our character and a girl that has the power to see shadow Pokemon. I'm not gonna throw a ball at it. It's 11 plus. Fine. If I can't fight it, because you're gonna make me waste a Pokeball. Come on, this is not how... I do like that, I just noticed it too. And like the Pokeball just comes out of his hand. Now, are we going to use this Teddy Ursa? Probably not. At least not until we get another Pokemon. Or Or we will till we get another Pokemon, I should say. Um, no, it's not that I wanted my face out of the frame. It's more so of moving that camera around and whatnot. And I think I might have zoomed in a little too far. Who knows? All I know is that you guys aren't actually here to see me. You're here to see the game. But if you want to see me, I guess I could scoot up a little bit. Didn't seem to really help much there, and I'm running out of leg room. So I'm going to get up and adjust. Because that's all I can do at this point. So we'll... Maybe a little better. Maybe. Like a fraction of an inch. I would say that I agree with you on that. Unfortunately, I don't think I really react much. I mean, a lot of the games that I have here that I play, I like, you give me a horror game, I'm usually not going to really respond much to it. I'm not really all that terrified. I've been very desensitized. The only game that still scares me as far as horror goes is Resident Evil 3, and that's because I know where Nemesis is. Like, from my original save file, I still know where he's at on my PS1 game. And, but yeah, the most reaction you'll usually get from me is like, oh look, I got a double shot or double kill or something when I shot one bullet. Be like, oh yeah. But my reaction does not really exist. Now, if, say, I'm trying to think, what kind of situation would be where I would... Okay, I think the only thing I would say would be is if I was playing like Pokemon Emerald and I was like trying to shiny hunt for Rayquaza, however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, they took the professor away. I can. I mean, can you? Virgin finish. Like, I'd say my biggest reaction, the biggest reaction I can say I probably get is when I'm literally frustrated out of my mind. Like, say, if I've done something a million times over in a million different ways, and I finally succeeded, then I would probably be like, yes, yes! But stone face. Yeah. I am not an actor. I am not a voice actor, even though I could change my voice back in the day, but nowadays it's kind of been limited. That's why we don't smoke, kids. Well, I mean, I do, but you shouldn't. Well, if we're testing it, I'm guessing we go... Who are you? You know what? Let's just say yes to see. How about this guy? Okay, what about this guy? I'm trying to remember what to do now. Like, yeah, we need to finish the machine, but... You know, I agree. Blissly is huge. We're gonna send this guy back to the Shadow Realm for mentioning our dad. I mean... assuming we are also 10 years old. You gotta keep that in mind. We are probably also 10 years old. If we were an adult, Blissey would probably be about our height. Maybe we'd be a little taller. But look at the size of that egg. It's the size of my head. Bigger even. Even with the hair. I think when it comes to Pokemon, there is only one key thing that I think we as fans should do, because Game Freak has already come out and said it, but no one wants to believe it. Stop the Eevee fan art. Like, seriously, don't make any ghost types, don't make any rock types, don't make dragon types, because they don't want to take someone else's idea. It may look cool and badass, but for the love of God, don't post it online, because once, like, we probably could have gotten a ghost type by now. Out of all the 1,000 Pokemon, we could have gotten a ghost type, but because people have made fan art of different EVs, it's not gonna happen. Probably the same with the... I've seen videos where people be on the computer and be like, let's fuse Moltres and Fearow. And yeah, that if they were to make that, it's not gonna happen regardless, because, you know, legendary, mythical, whatever you want to call it, it's I tried to move away from the door. I can't help that the game glitched me there. I cannot say one way or the other about Moltres being good, because I primarily play Gen 4 or lower. So, can't say anything about Moltres, honestly. The only good move I remember Moltres having back in the day was Sky Attack. But I mean, out of all three birds, the best one is still gonna always be Zapdos. I don't care what anyone says, Zapdos is gonna be the best one. Okay, well, you say we're supposed to finish this. Like when I played, what was it? Stadium 1, I believe. Probably also did it in Stadium 2. I would use Charizard, Mewtwo, and Zapdos. That's how I would get my Surfing Pikachus. Did it always work? Yes. Okay, we have talked to, I think, like, everyone. Maybe not that guy. You prefer Charmander as a starter over Charizard? Or... Oh, I guess we found a spot to continue. But, yeah. In order to get a Surfing Pikachu back in the day, you had to beat... I mean, outside of events, you had to beat Stadium 2's Prime Cup, I want to say, on Master Ball setting. With Pikachu, at least within the battle party. And then you could just teach Pikachu Surf once you won. It froze, or am I just frozen? Yeah, it froze. Oh no, it didn't freeze. It turned off. That's the... it's a wireless camera. I forgot to plug it back in. It happens. But thank you for telling me. I mean, this is the second day we've had this camera for stream, so it's... We're learning as we go. And sometimes I'm just a forgetful son of a bitch. Oh yeah, and now we're zoomed out again. Yeah, see, let's see, that, that. It's probably on this screen. I got 2 monitors going and only one of them wants to always have stuff. Thank you, Alice in Bubble Land, for the follow. I just noticed that. I'm very far behind on some stuff. And yeah, it's on this side. Better? Better. Better. Okay then. Yeah, we're back. We're back. I'm good now. We are by far not a professional when it comes to anything streaming wise. We just like to do stupid stuff. And stupid stuff we excel at. Okay. Yeah, how do you like my bad PC art? I am not a PC drawer. I can't do anything on the PC all that good. That is probably the best I've done for a ramen cup. Maybe someday I'll actually think about getting someone to make stuff for the channel, but for the time being, you're stuck with my ugly mug. Whether it's shaved or unshaved. That day will come soon. More than likely. Yeah, you're gonna have to like pry it off my arm if you do, so. We got a memo. 2 memos. I don't need to read them, so we're going to just... Is it here? Mailbox? It's probably under items. The beard or my bad art? What should I keep? The bad art or the beard? Because the beard, it's like Santa Claus. I shave it off and then it comes back so quickly. Wait a second. Let's talk about the aura reader. That is a falsehood. Because the last, in Coliseum, your buddy, chick, person, whatever you want to call them, we called them Hinata for the sake of, I can't remember what her regular name was. She could see Shadow Pokemon. Like, she could be able to distinguish the two. Well, maybe someday I will make more emotes. I've only made the 2. And I can't say that I'm getting any better. Oh, look, there's an item there. And a giant crab. And we have a scooter store. Her face reminds me of those Labubu things. Is that bad? Thank you, Automod, for blocking something that should not ever exist. So I banned that person. We don't allow those scummy things that say best viewers buy here. We don't buy our support, okay? You want to come here? Gladly come in. You want to follow? You gladly follow. Just don't sub. And I mean that literally, because I do not know when or if I even get that money. Someone has already gifted me like 10 subs to the channel, and I don't think I saw a dime from that. That's because I'm not affiliate. Why do I have an option for it? Don't know. Don't know how to turn it off. But yeah. We don't buy our support. We don't do any of that. We're not politicians, okay? You want to be here? Be here. You don't, I just hope you have a good time wherever you're at. Oh, this guy's mad. Oh wow, I love how everyone likes to call out that they have a shadow Pokemon when they have one. And there's our final guy. That's the guy that's going to be the one that has Shadow Lugia. He also has Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. So are we battling, or is this random guy battling? Okay, it's him. I can actually sit and eat for a little bit. Yeah, you go, Alakazam. Use that Psychic on a normal type. I've seen pictures of Mega Starmie. I know it's got them longer legs, I guess. At least I think that's what it has. But I think, well, okay, in all fairness, I've played beyond Gen 4, but it was like, played a little bit of X and Y. Either that or I finished X and Y, but I don't have them anymore, I think. It's a good question. I say that because all of my handheld stuff is literally right there. So, I don't know. I might still have them. But, yeah, can't remember which one it was. I think it was Omega Sapphire. Or Alpha Sapphire, Omega Ruby, one of the two. I know I probably had both of them at one point or another. But I think that was where I had my Mega Pokemon, and that's where I generally left at that point. I literally bought my Switch with Brilliant Diamond just because my friend has Shining Pearl. I mean, it could have been a wilder design, I'm sure. They could have done something far, far worse. They could have made it Patrick in the stockings from the movie. I forget what color is a shiny Starmie? Because if Shiny Starmie is pink, then yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, it's blue. Wait a second. So if you get if you got a shiny Charizard, all right, it's already black, and you gave it, one of the two, would that shiny, like, what is the shiny, like, I know, okay, so shiny Charizard is already black. I can't remember which Mega form of his is also black, but I wonder what that shiny is in that situation. Wingull and Lotad. It's, what level are we? That's the better question. Oh yeah, they're fudged into oblivion. Just curious if it gave me a description of the moves. So we'll see what Shadow Mist does. Lowers accuracy, evasiveness, even better. Shiny Mega Charizard X is green. I don't know why I'm laughing at that. I love green. Like, green is my favorite color. But at that point, I would imagine Charizard just shooting out Solar Beam at that point. Wait a second. Charizard could learn Solar Beam. I think. Okay, critical hit. Super effective against everything, so that's not a shocker. The critical hit, that was a shocker though. Okay, so we can enter the Krabby Club. However, that's probably the worst built Krabby design I've ever seen for a building. There is no rule forbidding anyone. So, if you're a tough trainer, who wrote this? Who failed English? Or grammar, whatever you want to call it? Because, from my understanding, now I shouldn't be able to enter. Because I just beat him. And yeah, I know it's a prank, but still. I can play one-handed. Little sister, stay out of my way. This is why the game only has you for a little bit. Okay, so you both say the same exact stupid stuff. I thought he was just responding to you. I was wrong. Hey, we're not allowed to be back here. He's evil. We found a super potion. I will say I enjoy the fact that this game, when you do get items from the boxes, it tells you how many. Hey, you, juggling people. What's this guy gotta say? Hmm. Always remember to check the TVs. Always check the TVs. Okay, so let's talk to you. Okay, so this guy's story actually reminds me of someone else's story. It was pretty much something very, very similar. They overslept, and because they overslept, they were late for work. And because they were late for work, they survived 9/11. So at least this guy didn't get kidnapped. Sir, let me talk to you. It's because he's evil. Well, too bad. I'm gonna bother you. do 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 do. Let's go check out that part that we need to get. Actually, how much money do I got? 5,000. Check the shop out, maybe? Looks like a jukebox. Yeah, they don't got Pokeballs here. Well, they don't got Pokeballs, so I can tell you what you're not getting. A Pokemon. Oh, look, Munchlax. Yeah, we didn't really use any items in Colosseum. At least not a whole lot in that regard, so... I mean, we'd use full restores and revives, but nothing more than that, really. Yes, heal my dirty Pokemon. But yeah, I can't, like, despite the Switch being the Switch and the Switch 2 and all that, these Pokemon games are still better than anything that they've put out since, console-wise. I don't care what anyone says. They look better, they run better, there's no stupid little glitches. Because, you know, back in the day, they actually had to make the game function. There was no day one patch. If it was broken, it was broken. Shadow Pokemon are weak against Shadow Pokemon. That's about it. But Shadow Pokemon are also super effective against everything. At least that's what I remember. Yeah, we know that there's rough customers about. It's rough when you can't buy Pokeballs. It's even rougher knowing the fact that the only Pokemon you get in this game really are just the Shadow Pokemon. I think there's like, because when I remember there being like a little spot where you put food down and it will attract certain Pokemon. Because that's how you see Bonsly in this game. Even though Bonsly didn't exist until Gen 4. Yeah, you go Oddish, headbang. Headbang for the captain here. Yeah. 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 See, this is the exact motion I imagine when that Turn Up for What song comes on, and we just call it Oddish for What. Um, Blossom sucks, last I remember. It works, doesn't it? Oddish for what? Technically, it works with anything that has like 2 syllables. 2, 3. Zubat for what? Violet Bloom for what? But it's the Oddish that is the best, because, I mean, look at that. Look at that headbang. That there's top tier game design. I don't care what anyone says. Is Oddish turnip an onion? Is he a certain green substance? Okay, it's the same news. I don't think Rayquaza is in this game, to be frank. And I'm not Frank, I'm Ramen. But, yeah. The only legendary, and I use the air quotes because, you know, back in the day, only one Pokemon available type situation. It's a legendary. I don't care what you want to call it. It's not mythical, it's not whatever. They're all legendary. The only ones, in my opinion, that wouldn't be legendary, at least if we want to be with the show, is Lugia, because Lugia actually has the baby, and Manaphy slash Fion, but Fion doesn't evolve into Manaphy within the games, at least. So I guess it's just Lugia. Okay, I thought he was gonna give us something cool if we said yes. But yeah, the only legendary Pokemon in this is Lugia, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres. This is literally the Pokemon the movie 2000 level of legendaries. Coliseum, you can get Ho-Oh if you capture all the Pokemon and beat their tower thing. You get Ho-Oh. But you also get Entei, Raikou, and Suicune in Coliseum. And you could get all the Johto starters as well in that. Yeah, see, Eevee can evolve into 5 different types. Am I a guy that uses legendaries? I am the guy... Okay, I have to put the controller down for this one, because that involves me getting up. Okay, obviously, you know what the red cartridge is. It's Pokemon Red. The thing that's inside It's a Game Genie. I have found a code to change my starter Pokemon, and you better believe I tried a playthrough with a Mewtwo as a starter. Floored. Everything's done. Do I use legendaries? Yes. But mind you, I'm also the guy that does not use rare candies. I actually put in the effort. The Charizard that's on my Stadium 2 cartridge right now is over a decade old and has been cycled through multiple playthroughs. He has broken the game. Because, like, the stats you'll find in the Game Boy game, his got up to, like, Chansey level health. I don't know what happened. I just kept saving him, restarting the game, saving him, restarting the game, and yeah. Okay, okay, this is where the one decision in the game matters most. For level 11, and to be frank, when it comes to them, it's okay. So for Gen 1, it's Jolteon. It's always Jolteon. I was never a big fan of Flareon, and Vaporeon was kind of meh at the time, but I always liked Jolteon. And then it became uh, Umbreon. Oh yeah, I know Jolteon's still up there as the best one, but it's probably because he knows Pin Missile, which is good against Dark type, I think. Either Dark or Psychic. So the question here is, because the last time I played this, I actually did go with Umbreon. But with Coliseum, I already have these two. And not that I can't just make more and just buy them in Fire Red or Leaf Green, but I like to synchronize. Like, that one's not bad. These two are actually pretty decent. So, I mean, I know there's not a lot of people in here, but uh, yeah, I'm a little out of touch when it comes to some of this stuff. There we go. We are going to do a poll. Let's see. Jolteon. Because right here, I'm going to actually give myself a break, stretch my legs, walk around. maybe reheat this mashed potatoes because they're actually really good, but they're starting to get cold. So I'm gonna let you guys decide on on that. However, I would prefer not doing Umbreon or Espeon just because of Colosseum. I'd prefer not doing them. I will do whatever the vote is. But beyond that, I got nothing. Let's see. Open that. Now to just find the poll. That's prediction. Naturally, someone's going to pick Flareon. So I will see you guys in a bit. Yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, we're back a little sooner than I expected. And considering that this entire time we've only had the one vote, I'm going to just end it here. And we're going to be with Flareon. Now, the question here is when? When should I evolve Flareon or into Flareon? Because if I'm not mistaken, Flareon doesn't really learn anything. I could be wrong. So I'm going to do a quick search on the Google to see what Flareon is like. And for some odd reason now there's a Pokeball on my screen. So apparently if you search a Pokemon on Google, you can catch it. Uh, hmm. And thank you. So, hmm. At level 100. So you want me to go through the entire game with Eevee and then evolve him? To be frank, I don't think I've ever reached level 100 in the GameCube games. So that'd be an interesting thing. It is cute. But now we got the item to evolve. I'm just trying to think, like, maybe I should check Eevee's moves. I know I'm doing a lot of Googles. To the Bulbapedia, Pedia, whatever. So let's see. Uh, Summary. Okay, so we will learn quick attack and takedown. Because we already got tackle, tail whip, and sand attack. We missed out on a helping hand already. We got sand attack. Growl will be the next move, which we ain't learning. Quick attack would at least take the place of tackle. We got bite 20 levels prior. Baton pass is kind of worthless. And takedown is, well, it's takedown. Okay, so let's get away from that and put in Flareon, see what they learn. Okay, so you know what? We're gonna just do it now. We're gonna do it now so we can at least have one half decent move. And Firestone. Use. Evolution time! 6-7. I don't even know what that is. Or at least what all that is about. But okay then. Got one thing taken care of. Now let's get... I think it's right here. Is the parts store? No. So people are just saying 6-7 because they need mental health. Or mental help, I guess. I don't know. I'm a guy that believes that if you're going to say something, either A, just say what's in your mind, which is like that, but usually it's more like, do sharks feel wet? Because a shark can't touch its own body. Like, I can touch mine. My skin, I mean, I'm not a guy that uses like lotion or cream, so for all I care, my skin's probably dry as hell. But does a shark feel wet? Like, can it feel wet? Does it have a concept of wet? Or does cheese feel pain when you bite into it? The correct answer is yes. Yes, it does. Depending on the cheese. So we go here for the part, I think. I don't know, they were talking about some other place, and this is the only other place there is. Oh, look, see? There's your first sign of a legendary outside of Lugia. It's Groudon right here. It's kind of hard to see, with the lighting, but Groudon's right there as a fountain, which is a little weird considering. Actually, no, it makes perfect sense. You know why? Because Kyogre is in the fountain. Not literally, but like Groudon on a chunk of land surrounded by water. That's lore accurate. Don't tell me we had to fight this guy again just for a part. And you know, even with our little sister there, he still didn't recognize us, and your team just got worse. Like, your team sucks, okay? My team sucks, but we just started. Your team really sucks. So we will... Oh, look, we got Lick. We'll lick it. Oh yeah, all the women love that. And some guys. And he's paralyzed too now. We have just ruined his entire team. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to do this. Why? For no reason. Because if I'm not mistaken, we do enough, and eventually Teddy Ursa will enter hyper mode, and we can call him. We could just do this the entire stream. As long as I got enough moves. Oh yeah, Shadow Mist has infinite moves. Shake that booty, yeah. Give him the Shadow Mist. See, there's... Oh, it entered reverse mode. It was called hyper mode last game. So if we do this enough times, we might have another move here. I could be wrong. Yeah, you use that splash. Yeah, your evasiveness won't go any lower, but I can spam A and just wait while I eat my taters here. Is this peak streaming? Yes. Even though we're not playing peak today. We did that yesterday. And failed horribly. Will we run out of tail whips? before he's done. Like, see, he's already over halfway done. I mean, he was already pretty. He moved pretty quick to begin with. Yeah, we don't have another one yet. That's at like level 52 when he learns flamethrower. At level 16 he'll learn Ember. So Cronus, Gen 1 starter. I'm guessing Charmander. But what's your Gen 2 starter? You know, it's funny you mentioned Chikorita because when I played Coliseum, you can pick which one of the three middle ones. So you get like Bayleaf, Quilava, and Croconaw in Coliseum. And you can get all three of them, but you pick one to not actually start off the game with, but you get them fairly early on. But you get the other two towards the end of the game. And I actually picked Bayleaf. Which is hilarious to think because a lot of people really, really dislike Bayleaf for some reason. Or not Bayleaf, but Chikorita, saying that they're useless. But if I had to guess, Gen 3, you were a Mudkip? Gen 2 is just mean overall. Like, if you wanted to have it as an easier game, you had to pick Totodile. See, for me, my first Pokemon that I ever owned was Pikachu. Because I had Yellow first. But once I played Blue, because my brother had Blue, I picked Squirtle just because he was the picture Pokemon. You know, the cover. And then I picked Charmander, and I never went back. I like playing Pokemon on hard mode. Yellow is just the impossible mode until you get Mankey with like Karate Chop or Low Kick. But I always would catch Caterpie and evolve it to Butterfree, and then just call it a day. Man, we got a good chunk on that one. Yeah. But Gen 2, I picked Cyndaquil. I've always picked Cyndaquil. I was never a really big fan of Totodile and its line. And I had nothing really against Chikorita, but I always liked Typhlosion. Especially when he had Flame Wheel. I thought it was really cool. And we got Metal Claw. It's not a bad move at all. Let's see, Gen 4. The first one I picked, because I've played Gen 4 a couple times over. The first time was I picked Piplup. Yeah, Piplup. And I never had a problem with Piplup or Empoleon or Primplup. Any one of the three. But then I believe I picked the monkey. Chimchar. And I think the only, when it comes to the first four, the only Pokemon I think I've never picked was Bulbasaur. like in yellow you get Bulbasaur, so you get to use Bulbasaur, but I never really picked Bulbasaur as my starter. For Gen 2, I don't think I've ever picked Totodile. For Gen 3, I think it was the grass one. Whichever one became Grovyle and Sceptile. Trico, that's what it was. Yeah, Trico. I never picked Trico. And if I did, I would just trade him over for Dex entry. Train him up to get all the evolutions and then box him probably. I don't think I ever picked Turtwig either. Dragapult. Can't say I recognize that one. Which game is Dragapult from? It's probably one of the newer ones. If I had to guess, maybe Sword and Shield. For me, I don't think I'll, like, after Brilliant Diamond, and it's not because of Brilliant Diamond, I just, when it comes to the Pokemon games, they're not good, okay? Like, it's not the lack of originality in designs or anything, because there's that all across the board. Some people will say even Charmander is bland, but the fact that they have, you know, a literal bag of trash as a Pokemon. Like some of their designs are really good, but it's more so of, like, when I played Black or White, one of those two, for a little bit. Didn't really like it. Like, I gave it an honest shot. I think I gave it a couple gyms and then just called it a day. Never went back. Use your last booty shake. It's a victory. Oh, he's still got a little bit left. Last booty shake, though. I have no idea what Pokemon Showdown is, but I guess it's something I'm going to have to look up now. Oh, okay, it's online free battling. But yeah, I stopped playing more or less all the newer ones. Like if I had my choice, I would transfer all of my Pokemon that I have on my Switch back into Pokemon Home, and then I would gladly just donate them all to someone else. Because at this point, I've already started a new 493 decks with all the other Pokemon. Getting all the different forms and such. Like back when I initially played Platinum, because I pre-ordered Platinum, I still got the Giratina little statue thing you would get from GameStop. I did like every event, which means I was able to get the 3 Reggies in Platinum, to get Regigigas, the level 1 one, but you got like a level 100 Regigigas for that event anyways. It was interesting. But yeah, I would just collect all the Pokemon in all the different forms. I had 18 different Arceuses. 18 because one for each type, and I had a shiny. Now, is that shiny a legit shiny? I didn't catch it. I got it from a Wonder Trade. It had all the max stats and everything. But yeah, all unknowns, Gastrodon, Shellos, Deoxys. If there was a form to be caught, I caught it. But yeah, Pokemon these days, no. Until they make the game where you can go between everything. Like, given how consoles are nowadays and how cheap Nintendo and Game Freak have been, it's just not worth it. Like, it's upsetting the fact that they'll sue everyone under the sun, but they won't give people anything that they want either. Like the sheer fact that if I already own the game, ironically enough, Mario Sunshine is not even peak. I've actually heard, like, I have it in my little collection up there. Mario Sunshine, in my opinion, and from what I've heard of others, is by far the weakest Mario game to ever exist as far as Nintendo consoles go. Like, yeah, there's Mario is Missing, or those education games, but if we're talking, you know, like Mario Sunshine was garbage. Luigi's Mansion was better, by far. But Metroid Prime, however, yeah, that's up there. I can see it right now. It's like I think it's 2 games away from Eternal Darkness. I don't know, I can't really see and read sideways all the way through. It's just hard to tell. I would say the worst. I played it, but the problem I had with Mario Sunshine was that it was buggy. Like they did not start production on Mario Sunshine when they were developing the GameCube. It was actually not even a launch title. The launch titles, from what I remember, were uh, like one of them was Eternal Darkness, and another one was Resident Evil. They really went with the mature horror theme early on. I know they also got Resident Evil 2 and 3 on the GameCube, but yeah, I've heard a lot of complaints about Mario Sunshine over any other Mario game. Do I have a save file for Mario Sunshine now? No. I I've deleted that file a long time ago. Probably to give myself a fresh look at it when I would uh, eventually play it again. I think the problem with Mario Sunshine for me as a whole was that it goes against what Mario itself was. Because Mario Sunshine became more like Zelda with that water gun thing. You had a whole bunch of puzzles. And like, yeah, if we take a step back to the 64 era, yeah, there was some puzzling factors in Mario 64, but it wasn't like it wasn't the same. But since the NES, Mario has always been an athletic game. You could just run and do this and that. Mario Sunshine, you have to stop and think. So it's just not the same. Now I can say that because I went to go visit my okay, Delfino Plaza. It's not bad, but it's like saying can't remember if it was Galaxy or Odyssey. It was one of those where you get like the moons. It was on the Switch, but my nephew, he needed help beating one of the Mario games and getting like 100%, but he had issues getting this one moon. I think it was a moon, and all it was you had to go one direction, and then you had to run back with like a giant bullet bill behind you and avoid the bill or the bullet as it crashed into a wall to reveal the moon. And people are saying it's the hardest moon to get in that game, and I'm just thinking, I never really held a Switch controller, like a real controller. Like, Joy-Con is not a controller. Fuck that. Like, I can't play with a Joy-Con. My hands are somewhere in between too big for a Joy-Con and too small for a PS5 controller. Okay, it's somewhere in the middle. So I have a Pro controller for my Switch. I hooked it up to theirs, and I kid you not, okay, my skill in Mario 64, it's not like world known. It's nothing to write, novels about. But when it comes to long jumps, like me and my brother, we would just spend time just long jump, long jump, long jump, just to see how long we could actually make it go. And that's all I had to do. like in my inherent skill from the 64 transferred to the Switch, and I was able to get the moon on like my second try. And it was just because I never played that game before and I had no idea what to really go off of. But people say that that was like the hardest moon in the game. I'm like, are you guys just fucking stupid? And it's the same thing with most games today. Primarily, and this is you can look this one up. Uh, Assassin's Creed Shadows, love it, hate it, however you want to. We're not going into any of their hot topics. Um, the only hot topic I ever touch on is the freaking yellow paint that's everywhere in games nowadays. If it's not context based, it shouldn't exist. And the only reason that they included the yellow guiding stuff is because their development team, the testers, were too stupid to play the game. Those are my words, but that's pretty much how I read it from the Ubisoft uh, when they talked about it. They were just like, "Oh yeah, we had to put the yellow paint in because no one knew how, like, where to go or how to do anything." I'm like, I'm a regular guy. This is why you not actually leak the game, but you have those public beta tests. Like I'm one of the original beta testers for Assassin's Creed's multiplayer back on Brotherhood, and I got my friend banned for life when I played on his 360 on his for Assassin's Creed 3 because it's like max level uh Call of Duty going in as level 1 and I didn't die. So everyone thought that I was hacking when in reality I was just exploiting what bugs that they had. But yeah, I like the problem I have with games nowadays, newer games in particular, is that they, and I'm not talking about story or graphics because to me graphics don't make a game. I I can tell you right now, I'd have more fun playing ET on my Atari than I probably would playing Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet, to be frank with you. And that's saying something. But my issue is that they're just stupid. Okay, he's talking about building the robot. So, like, with that being said, you'll get games that, because they think that the player is dumb, they will make it easy to go from point A to point B, but the things you do, like, they'll up the boss fight, they'll make it far harder to pad the game out because you can just go from point A to point B. And I just don't think that's the way to do it. If you're going to make a game, just make the game. Make it once and then call it a day. So when you get good games like Baldur's Gate 3 and uh, Expedition 33, you're like, they're not made for stupid people. The intelligence level is actually there in the game. It respects the player. So when you play a game like, say, Resident Evil 4, the remake in particular, you have stuff guiding you around. You have to shoot a light to bring a bridge down, but you won't be able to see the light because, you know, camera angle or whatever, so you follow the little yellow line that shows you where to go. And heck, even I've seen some gameplay for the remake, and it would like there was one puzzle in particular where you had these like, I don't want to call them tarot cards. I think they were more like tablets, and you had to like either rotate them, put them in the right spot. But like, it was buggy to get past that one little thing. You could have the right answer, but it still won't let you in. Resident Evil 4 remake. A lot of games nowadays are just, they make them bloated with difficulty because looking around for something, it's so easy. Now, am I still buying new games left and right? Honestly, no. I'm not buying games left and right. I mean, in all fairness, all Resident Evils are hard on professional difficulty. They're meant to be. But when you're playing, but when you have something to compare it to, that's what ruins it. What's this girl gotta say? No, it doesn't get my heart racing. Because I'm not a dirty old woman like you. I'm a dirty old, well, middle-aged man. I'm in my 30s now. Where am I supposed to go for this part? I've searched all the buildings. I think I've talked to like every single person here. I think. Someone was saying something about rotating platforms out here. Like, let's see. Yeah, there's a way to get over there, but we're not there yet, obviously. What about you? What do you guys say? Progress. However, I will definitely say one thing about Resident Evil. 7 and 8, they shouldn't be Resident Evils. 7 was... 7, you could have had that been any game. Like, you could have called it anything, really. Because it has nothing to do with the overall arcing story. I think once... I think they should have ended it with 6, okay? Not that 6 was all that great, but it at least closed out the story. We found out that Wesker had a son somehow. I don't know anyone that would have actually wanted to have Wesker's kid, so that opens up its own can of worms. But I would the fact that 7 is so detached from anything else in the game or in the series just makes it not a Resident Evil game. They want him because he's pretty, but do they want him because he's actually a good guy? That's the better question. But yeah, the fact that they went from bioweapons to this weird mold, and that's all it was mold. Like, there was not really much of an explanation of anything in that game from what I remember. It's been a long time since I've played it. So doesn't say I'm wrong on that though. You can't fix the man, okay? The man has been infected with so much stuff that it would be pointless. So we're going to stand attack him. And we'll lick him. We'll give him one good lick. 8, I can't say much on other than it being a continuation of 7. Because of the village and all that. Like, the village was cool. It looked cool. But like, the problem I have with these developers nowadays is that they want to just retcon everything for whatever stupid reason that they have. Like, I can tell you right now, there is one game that I am never going to continue again. As a matter of fact, I'll probably never replay it. It's Final Fantasy VII Remake. And any of its follow-alongs. Gorgeous game. Gameplay could have... I would prefer just having the simple turn-based myself. But... you know, we can't all have what we really want. But it bothers me the fact that they couldn't even go to the end of disc 1 of the original PS1 in the remake. The fact that it's all side quest, side quest, side quest. Very linear story. Or linear walkways. It was not good, in my opinion. You hear me, Square Enix? Your remake sucked. And this is coming from the guy that played 7 first out of all your games. Do better. Also, put it all on one disc. That is what you should be doing. Stop wasting our time. Make the game one disc. So we got... I don't think I've ever really used Teddy Ursa or Ursaring as far as any of the Pokemon games go. But I can definitely tell you we never really used Ladian or Ladybug. So we got 3 Pokemon here now that under normal circumstances I would never use. I did take your Pokemon. I took it. You're a bad owner. You had a shadow Pokemon. You're evil. You're forever evil now. I have not played Silk Song. I have been spoiled by it through my own viewings. Oh, I got 3 more Pokeballs. The only thing I will personally spoil about it is that the final boss is a very thick grandma. And I mean thick. Like if you've ever seen the meme from the Atlantis movie, the old Disney Atlantis movie. There's a meme where the guy's just like, it's like, how do you like your women? Thick. I can take an elevator or the stairs. I'm taking the elevator. But yeah, Grandma is really thick in Silk Song. I just don't have Silk Song. Metroidvania games are not really my thing. I have nothing against them. I'm just not really into them as much as everyone else is. I like my linear games, don't get me wrong. And I don't mind games where it's like, oh yeah, you progress and you get a new ability or something, you know, that's not a bad idea. And exploration is never bad. It's just they just never really piqued my interest. You're talking to a guy that has yet to beat Metroid or Castlevania. Not that you need to beat them to play these games, but I feel like it should be, at least for me, it's a requirement. I don't want to play a Metroidvania game until I can actually beat Metroid or Castlevania. And the problem with trying to beat Metroid for me is that I have no map because NES Metroid has no map. And yes, I know I could play on the GameCube as Zero Mission, but then why would I have the NES version? Exactly. And I actually do have Symphony of the Night. I actually have quite a few of the Castlevania games. Because they do interest me. They really do. I like this. From what I remember, I enjoyed the stories from them. But, dear God, I just could not play them back in the day. To be honest, I probably still couldn't play them now. Metroid's a Metroid. I mean, if anything, I'd probably just put in the Justin Bailey code and then call it a day. So and I think I actually do have Hollow Knight, and because I am not, like, the way I see it is you can either be really good at video games and your knowledge grows, or I should say you could be really good at video games and your knowledge doesn't really grow, and then eventually you get old enough and you have the knowledge but you no longer have the skill. So that is kind of where I'm at. I have the knowledge of many games. Can I play them nowadays? Heck no. I can't remember what game it was that I was playing it. It wasn't too long ago. Someone was complaining that I wasn't attacking quick enough or something. It's like, it was Final Fantasy VI, and I was using ATB instead of just simple turn-based. That's what it was. Uh, but like I beat it. I enjoyed Final Fantasy VI. I just was slow with my attacks. I had to think about it. Like I know Final Fantasy generally as a whole, and sometimes their magic changes names, but it was just like I didn't really know what to do. So the knowledge of the game itself just kind of left me at a standstill. But I still beat it. Made it to level 100 for all the characters, or not 199, and I literally went through all of Kefka's tower, like all of the end game. I was able to get done in like an hour. Mind you, I had no encounters on, but at that point, you're there to grind for the last bit of, uh, for the last bit you can. I already had like everything done. There was like very few things I had left to do in that game, such as like, oh, learn blue magic, teach more moves, you know, small stupid stuff like that. Just do that. Okay, he should be ready to catch. Should be. But no, I think I tried Hollow Knight, and once I realized that it was a Metroidvania, I was like, I am so far out of my depth. But I will tell you, with Symphony of the Night, if you there's like some kind of glitch you can do where you can skip the opening section where you lose everything, and you can just go through the entire game with everything. VMAX level, whatever. Something about like backdashing or something. Taking a hit and flying across the screen. Okay, I don't see anyone else in here. There is absolutely nothing up here. It's like, yeah, see, that would be fun. It's fun to, I wouldn't say break a game, but when you have other variations of how to play, for whatever reason there is, like, my example would be playing Pokemon Red with a Game Genie. And changing the starter to be whatever you want. Yeah, I would find that very fair and fun because it gives you a new idea. Like, what if I started with Magikarp in Pokemon Red? What you doing, old man? Sir, you have nothing in here. Raid your fridge? Nope. I went the wrong way with that. Or did I? Yes, yes, I did. Yes, I know. I just went backwards on it, but we're trying to rotate it all the way around now. Should be good here. Then we'll hit that other one right there. Like another one that I found, I think it's, I think it was from 4-8, like number 4, number 8 Productions. I think that's what they're called. They do a lot of Final Fantasy 7 stuff. Like they go into the code and check flags and whatnot. They can actually explain how the game works and why it does stuff. And I can tell you right now, they've already discovered how to actually bring Aerith back. Like there is a legitimate glitch you can use in every version of Final Fantasy VII to bring Aerith back. And to me, that is awesome. Now let's see. What's this guy gotta say? Huh. We already talked to you, I guess. And... Okay, so he's done. You, part man. He has to open the safe for one part. We have made progress finding one thing that we took quite some time to do. Okay, so we got our part. We're forgetting one thing in particular here that we need to do, and that is we need to heal. Because we're running low on moves, and Teddy Ursa is like halfway dead. But yeah, when it comes to the newer games, very, very few of them are actually worth getting, in my opinion. No, I haven't played Call of Duty 7. I haven't played Battlefield 6. To be frank, the last Battlefield I played, I believe, was Hardline. And the last Call of Duty I played was Black Ops 4, I think. And I only bought that for one level of zombies, so that goes to show how little I actually care about those franchises as a whole. To this day, I've still not done a single campaign mission for either franchise. I think I'm on the wrong side. But one thing I think that should come back is cheat codes. I mean, real in life cheat codes. Because, like, I remember in, I think it was like GTA 4. I could be wrong about that. I know it was either like 4 or 5. You could type in a code or something and it would be already unlocked on your phone, like permanently. So you could just reactivate it whenever you wanted. But no, you're a sim guy, not purify guy. Where's our purification people? Where's our mom? Oh, she's right here. Nah, I lost my train of thought. Right here. This is how you would purify the Pokemon in Colosseum. I'd say, like, nowadays, buying games is, or I wouldn't say a challenge because you can easily buy games, but buying a good game is a challenge. And because of just a recent epiphanies, like, I bought Breath of the Wild for Switch, didn't care for it. I mean, the fact that, yeah, I could just go and fight the final boss straight up at the very beginning of the game, it's not bad at all. But, dear God, I just did not like it. They give you, like, no incentive for more than half the game. And the fact that the Master Sword could break. Like, that ticked me off. Like, it's the sword that kills all evil. How could it break? And even then, I still... And then they're like, oh yes, we're gonna make a sequel to it. And the sequel the trailer will show that the Master Sword's broken and decaying. It's like, I don't think that's how the Master Sword itself works, but I am not the guy that made Zelda, so it is what it is, I guess. Like, I lent my cousin my Switch, and the game, he didn't like it either. He beat the game too, and he's just like, I gave it an honest shot, didn't like it. Grimer. Take out Grimer first. you're mush. So you're just gonna become a rock. Your tackle was worthless. It's worth less than E.T. on Atari. But it was like, back in the day, games came out like, it felt like they came out almost every single day because there was just so many. Nowadays, it's like like, indie games aside, because indie games are indie games, but it's like only 10 games ever come out a year now. And even then, those 10 games are like mid at best, averaging. Because, you know, like, I mean, it was this past year, you know, we got stuff like Silk Song and Expedition 33, but then we got stuff like Black Ops 7. And it's just hilarious to think that the big names that are out there suck. Like, I've been waiting for Assassin's Creed in Japan, and it wasn't good. Like, I finished it. It still wasn't good, though. I still have the DLC to deal with in that. But the games just aren't... Like, there's a reason the Ezio trilogy is better than... Exactly, Ghost of Yotei is better, and it's not even... I don't... Is it Ubisoft? I can't remember. It just seems that we only get, like, say 10 games and they just suck. Back in the day, I remember going to GameStop and being like, can I get the pre-order list for everything? And they thought I was kidding, and then I'd show them my room and be like, yeah, I have, like, all these consoles. I want to know what I can pre-order. And so they'd give me a printout sheet of everything that they were going to be getting over the next year or so. But since you can't really pre-order any games, so you can, like, yeah, you can buy in advance, so to speak, but it's not the same as pre-ordering. Primarily because you don't get to actually own the games anymore, which I think is stupid. Oh, right, he's in hyper mode. So we'll switch to one of our other Pokemon. Because he's already done. He's done and over with. If we came across another Magikarp, we could probably get these other two. But no, Nintendo has kind of ruined almost every single IP that they've ever had. Like, we've discussed Mario. Zelda, it's hit or miss, depends on the game you're looking at nowadays. Because I've heard Echoes of Wisdom, it wasn't bad, but dear God, it could have probably been a much better game for Zelda to actually be in. And Donkey Kong, I don't care what anyone says, nothing has topped Donkey Kong Country as a series since the Super Nintendo. 64 was great. My sister loved it. but Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3 are far superior, in my opinion. And Bonanza, or whatever it is, the new one that came out, just looks awfully trashy. They did our boy DK bad. Let's see what Shadow Shed is. I know what Aerial Ace is. Like, hell, we've been waiting for a new Silent Hill and Konami still failed. Like, I was excited to see what the new the new Silent Hill was gonna be like, and then when I finally saw it, I was like, nope. Double Dash was the last good Mario Kart. You can fight me on that one. 8, Deluxe, World, they're trash. Trash. And how do I know this? Because these motherfucking people at Nintendo, they want to take something you know and then screw it over. I literally gave Mario Kart 8 Deluxe to my nieces and nephew because I hated it that much. They ruined my favorite level. Not my relatives, but Nintendo. Rainbow Road on 64. I don't care. Honestly, 64 is my favorite Mario Kart game. I got nothing against Double Dash. I actually do like Double Dash. I know it's one of the better ones. I know it's like probably number 2 up there, 2 or 3 for most people, if not number 1. But dear God, you know, you got that first jump at the very beginning of Rainbow Road, and I tried to do, you know, the jump I would do on the 64, and there's an invisible wall. You can't make that long jump anymore. And then to make it even worse, they break up that level into 3 sections. So instead of, you know, going around the entire track 3 times, no, you just do it once. Because they think that the level's too long. That's why we pick it. We pick the long levels to have the most fun. You're going to have the most fun with longer levels, more people, yes, but the longer levels give people more chances to screw each other over. To run over people that have been lightning bolted. To run through the chain chomps. Well, I guess technically they're just chomps because there's no chains that I see in Mario 64. But you get the idea. Like, if you're going to put something that already existed in the game, just don't change it. Like, yeah, update it, you know, do the moves you need to do, but don't put in invisible walls. Don't change the track length. Like, with Resident Evil 4, the biggest issue I had with that game, other than what I've already mentioned, it being, you know, stupidly hard for certain things, but stupidly easy for the puzzles, is that you have to pay for separate ways. It came packaged with the GameCube. If you had bought Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube, you got separate ways in the game. You just had to beat the game. Now it's, oh, now we can just charge people 10, 20 bucks for something that was already in the game. People are just getting greedy and not thinking. The next person of Nintendo I would probably have gripes with is the guy that created the Mother series. And that's just because it's actually on him, not Nintendo, not Hudson, I think the brand or the company was, that made the game. But the guy that actually made the series itself just refuses to make Mother 3 English. My favorite Resident Evil, uh, this one's going to be a little biased, mind you, so this is the grain of salt. I have never been able to finish 0 and 1. I finished Leon's on 2. Never went back for Claire, so I need to do that eventually. Resident Evil 3, I'm still trapped in the dark room with Nemesis right on the other side of the door. And it's been like that since I was like 12. 4, I got from my cousin, along with his Xbox and all of his other GameCube games, because when he gets a new console, I get his old stuff. That's just how it's always been. Because at least it goes to a good home, and if he wants it back, he can always get it back. But I can't say I ever started a new file on 4, so I just continued his. But his was already finished, so I guess I started a new file with Infinite Rocket Launcher, so that was always fun. But Resident Evil 5 was probably my favorite out of them all, and that's primarily that is primarily because the person I am dating, that's how we met. I can't regret that. Not in the slightest. I love that game for that reason. Like, I had a lot of fun. I blew through that game on the PS3 and the PS4. Like, I can't think of anything that I didn't do in that game that wasn't, like, kind of glitchy. Because I know in Resident Evil 5, they had, I think it was called Desperate Escape as a DLC, where you'd play as Jill and this one guy, I think his name was Josh, I think. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about a lot of things. But there was 2 achievements, or trophies, whichever console you're on, that were like almost impossible to get. One of them was kill 3 agitator Maginis in one playthrough. And you can only get that if you were on a certain difficulty, because you couldn't do it on like very easy, because only like 2 of them would show up. But the point being is that that achievement was glitched because the game itself would only spawn 2 most of the time. Like, it was nearly impossible to find the third one. And then the other achievement was kill 150 enemies in that level on professional or something. Which, or no, it was just kill 150 enemies, which was also nearly impossible to do because you had your teammate. And, you know, their kills don't count for your kills. So it really, like small stuff like that, I just didn't bother after a certain point. But me and my girl, we played 5 all the time. And when 6 came out, you better believe we played 6. My problem with 6 though was that it was just dark. Like, not atmosphere wise, it was literally just dark. You would have to turn the brightness up. It was like watching Solo, the Star Wars movie. It's just a very dark movie. Regardless of everything that's going on in the movie, they just shot it in a very dark setting. So it's hard to make out details and do stuff like that. But no, I On the PS3, I literally got infinite ammo on everything. Nothing was hidden from me in that game. And so ow. So those, like, if it's something that's just either bugged or stupid like that, it's not worth it to me to really try that hard for it anymore. But, oh, there's an item up there. An item over there, too. I think I'm going to have to talk to all the people again, just to keep track of who I've talked to. But overall, it's like, those games were fun. They may not have been the best for, Resident Evil, but they at least continued the story and actually made it count. 7 was just, we're going to put you in first person mode like Survivor, and then throw you somewhere in Louisiana with crazy people. That was it. And Village just didn't care for all the extra retcons. Because it was like, what? This village has nothing to do with the overarching story. It's just the tiniest little tidbit being like, yes, the founders of Umbrella, one of them came to visit this village and, got ideas. That is the bulk of the Resident Evil lore for that game from what I've gathered. It has, beyond that, there's nothing to really do with the game. So when they come out with Resident Evil 9, I don't have high hopes for it. As far as, like, continuity. Is it going to sell? Oh, yeah. All these big name games still sell pretty freaking well. Except Black Ops 7, naturally. But Black Ops kind of did it to itself. Call of Duty did it to itself once they started adding those fucking Fortnite skins. Yes, we could play with Beavis and Butthead. We don't want Beavis and Butthead. We want to look like freaking Marines and, real military people. Give us some slight color combos or something, sure, but no reason to put Ned Flanders like they did with Fortnite. Some things just don't need to be done. I mean, I think it was the guy that was in charge of Final Fantasy that, like, was the art director. I know one of the art directors at the time was saying, like, we will never use AI. If I catch you using AI, you're fired. You're going to be fired and we'll probably sue you for contract stuff. Because, like, when you look at Final Fantasy, yeah, it's big, it's gorgeous, it's beautiful. Didn't think about that, but that's cool. But if you look at the older games, they hand drew stuff. Now it's all computer. So there's no heart, no soul. You gotta actually give it the personality, not just program it. I mean, a prime example would be, oh, we're playing Pokemon, right? I mean, obviously we are. But if you play Red, Blue, and Yellow, Mew is never meant to be in the game. he was never meant to be coded in the game. And last second, one developer decides to do it. Just because there was that tiniest little bit of data left. But, you know, doing the smallest things like that goes the farthest way. Because I can't tell you how many years it was till I could finally correct people on how to get Mew in that game, or in those games. Because it was, you know, oh, you gotta use surf on this truck to get Mew, and it's like, nope, no you don't. Don't do anything. Mind you, I could tell you how to get Celebi in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. However, I think it's only worked for me in Crystal. And it kind of broke my 64 game. Kind of. But it worked. If I can get myself another Stadium 2 cartridge, I probably would. Just to have those features back. Because that's all it did, is it got rid of some features. But when you got someone like, say, Final Fantasy VII, where there's not... Like, yeah, they had a whole little arcade area, you know, amusement park. Context, right? Mini games in an amusement park. Makes sense. Going around collecting cats does not make sense. And I say that because in the remake you had to collect cats for like a mission. It had nothing to do with anything. I mean, I heard that the second installment was even more littered with mini games. Like, it felt more mini game than actual game. At that point, just play Mario Party. I don't even know what TM9 is until I go and look at it, so let's see how useful it really is. Items. Berries. Bullet seed. Yeah, I don't like 200 hours sounds like a lot of time, and it is a lot of time. I'm not gonna downplay that in the slightest, but I don't think these games should take that long, or at least that game in particular shouldn't take that long. Someone like Skyrim or Fallout, I can see taking that long. They put in a lot of different stuff. Granted, a lot of it's generally just fetch quests in Skyrim, but you know, there's a lot to it. But to just put 200 hours in Rebirth, and then to find out that all your stuff is not going to carry over to the third part, probably because all the stuff from the first game didn't carry over to the second. What are they thinking? Like, they're not thinking in the slightest, and that's the dumbest part of it all. But yeah, the main person I would have an issue with Nintendo is the guy that made Mother, and that's just because he doesn't want to make an English translation. So we have the fan translation that's in English. But thankfully, he's not upset about it. Let's see. I could probably go on like this for many games and companies. Will I? Probably. Will I probably say something that's going to offend your favorite game? Probably. Why? Because I am a cynical gamer. I look at what is actually there. Like, if I if I were to have gone and off to college and everything, I would have gone for game design. Like someone that, like somewhere in my closet behind me, I believe, is still my notebook from my senior year of high school when I started to actually put an idea down for a game. Actually, I got two. One of them was a horror game. The other one was a Battlefront 3 idea. And when I get, and like the college I was going to go to, I actually had to be interviewed for, not just send in a letter. They actually sent someone to my house to talk to me and all that. The guy that came to look and talk to me, I showed him my notebook, and he's like, "You already have half the final done." Like, people come to our school and for 3 years, 2 days a week, spend $81,000 on these classes, and you already got half the final done. Why would you need to go to college for this? I'm like, because I don't do computers. I mean, let's be frank here. I have 2 emotes that I have used or made myself. Those are it. And one of them is nothing but just 2 lines. The other one actually took a little thought on how to do, but the one that actually took thought, it could be much better. The, I guess the third one that I did was, because I did do another one. Yeah, I made a different one just for myself here. But that's for a later time. But I am inept. I am an idiot when it comes to computers. When I bought my computer just a couple weeks ago, I bought it because it had 10 USB ports. Well, I don't have water, because I don't drink water, really. I'm not afraid to admit that. Just don't care for bottled water, and I don't trust our sink water. But thank you for the hydrate. God knows I need something to mix with that. So bad. Wow, your name is Teacher Lady. They couldn't even give you a real name. Okay, well, I can only learn those 3, I'm guessing. So, we're not going to learn any of those moves. Plus, Seismic Toss is the only good one. Mimic is meh at best, and I don't think I can learn... Hello, Combustion. Yeah, and that Relic Stone is related to Celebi, which is not in this game. At least not the American version. We get Jirachi instead, because we're awesome. But, yeah, the games nowadays just aren't what they used to be. And to make it worse is them making all these TV shows. Like, yeah, they're not that they're bad, mind you. They're not bad, not all of them. Resident Evil was pretty bad. The Resident Evil show on Netflix was pretty bad. Fallout was great. Like, I can't wait for the next season. Twisted Metal was phenomenal. But for the love of God, we don't need God of War. Like, the games are already movies. So why would we need a TV show on it? Like, people are just that lazy. They can't come up with anything original anymore. And when they do, it doesn't seem to ever pan out well either. Which is the sad part of it all. Yeah, Nummel, you're fucked. $75. Let's see. Because why not? Now, if you're gonna... The last time I've ever had a discussion this far, it was maybe a week or two ago. Can't remember what I was playing offhand. But... Man, what was it? They asked me about the console wars, that's what it was. And it doesn't matter who won. We, the players, lost. And that's the issue. It might have been. Who knows? I am not the best at going back on certain details. And okay, so yeah, you do show up on the side. But yeah, we as the players lost the console wars. You know what's funny is that initially I was going to play Donkey Kong Country yesterday, and instead we played The Wolf Among Us because I couldn't figure it out as far as the sound situation. And then today I decided to not even continue The Wolf Among Us when we could have just finished it in one sitting. I don't care. They're gonna die. One hit or another, they're gonna die. Taters. You want that Mass Effect 2? Well, I got good news and I got bad news for you. Which do you want first? So, the bad news is we're not going to play it until next year. The good news is that we are going to play it. We are going to continue our save file, but next year. And that's just because, I got, what, maybe 5 weeks left of this year? And I want to try and just not have any unfinished games at the end of the year. So it will come eventually, but it's going to be next year. I mean, heck, normally around this time of year, I stop streaming and I wait till next year. Just so I can focus on the holidays and everything else around me. But since I'm not really all that focused on the holidays anymore, I mean, I only had to get presents for like maybe 2-3 people. And since I work overnights, I don't really deal with family anymore, so it is what it is at the end of the day. We'll bite you, we'll air lace you. Yeah, normally I would actually stop streaming until the following year. But I think we've been pretty good this year as far as, trying to stay steady. Like, yeah, my schedule's kind of been on and off, but, we went from doing 3 streams a day, 3 days a week. I don't know what I was thinking. I could have just done, one giant stream each day, but I didn't. I don't think I necessarily could. I don't think my setup was actually there at that point. Because if I switch consoles or signals or whatever, it wouldn't work well with my capture card or my laptop. But since I have a PC now, I think I could do that. Actually, I did do that yesterday. So, but what did you think I was gonna say about Mass Effect? Well, I think 5 weeks is not a while, especially considering I only stream 2 days a week now. I would not be against it. I just don't know if I would be able to do that if I'm continuing my save file. But no, I do intend to finish Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, at least. I don't know where Andromeda fits into any of it. I don't even know if it's a continuation, really. I'd have to ask my friend that won't shut up about it. Flareon's gonna die. And I'm not upset by it. Why? Because I am just a cruel, cruel Pokemon trainer. Go Shroomish. Kill. And like that, Flareon dies. Oh, no, it went for Ladybug instead. But yeah, Flareon died. See, they were even shaking their booty as they died. I can enjoy that. Put out our Poochie. Go Poochie. Ooh, we got Poison Fang already. We'll call Ladybug. Oh yeah, that was a good chunk there. But yeah, I can tell you right now, I got plenty of games that people would say I probably wouldn't like that I did. And I got plenty of games that people would say I would like but didn't. Mario Sunshine being one of them. Didn't really like Mario Sunshine. Like I can honestly say that. I don't know what the cologne case is really worth. Okay, that just sounds dirty. Okay, well, let's see what it can do. Oh, I don't have any. Okay. $5 years. So the last time this guy battled was in Coliseum. Bring it on, chump. We got 1.5 Pokemon left. Oh, 2.5 Pokemon left because we got Poochie. We will do Supersonic and Lick. Why? Because we're dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Ladybug died. Congratulations, you were worthless. Poochie, go out. You know what? We gotta do it. We gotta use the shadow moves. He's just too strong. I mean, look at that. He just one-shotted us. Now the question is, can we survive the one-shot? Yeah, we got lucky. I thought we were actually going to lose that battle. Good thing I don't do Nuzlocks. Well, that sucks now. I work all this way to purify Teddy Ursa. I won't be able to purify him now. It didn't take skill. We used shadow Pokemon moves. I don't think you'll allow me. Oh, it will. It didn't in Coliseum. You still had to make them normal. And I have to do this 82 more times. I'm not kidding. There's 83 Pokemon to catch. Level 12. And we got a ribbon. What kind of trouble could you have with Pokemon games? At least the older ones. The newer ones, I can imagine there's plenty of problems. Just because bugs and whatnot. Oh, leveling? I guess that makes sense. I mean, the newer ones, that's not even an issue. It's actually it's an issue in itself the opposite direction nowadays. Because I, like on Brilliant Diamond, you catch a Pokemon, you get experience. You battle a Pokemon, you get experience. But everyone, everyone in your team gets experience. I mean, heck, I think at this point, they might as well just allow you to use the PC on the go if they haven't already. Okay, so I think we explored this town well enough. I think I've talked to everyone I can. Maybe not her, but she's got a Lotad. A filthy, disgusting Lotad. But yeah, they don't really want to give me any Pokemon I would want to really use. See, how far are you? You're almost done. You're 2/3 done. The only time I use a rare candy nowadays is when I play uh, Red and Blue, and it's for only one singular Pokemon. One. And that's on Pokemon M. And that's because if I do that, after I've already taught M fly and surf, or fly and cut, one of the, it learns 2 out of the 4 useful HMs. And you give it a rare candy. In my situation, it turns into a Kangaskhan. I teach it the other 2. So, M in red and blue, like, I would assume you would at least know what the item duplication glitch is in red and blue. You do that, and based on your name, I think it is, I think, determines if you're going to come across missing number or M. They're the same Pokemon, mind you, but M, it's coded slightly differently because missing number you can't do anything with. It's a glitch Pokemon that can erase your progress and everything. But M can also do that as well. But if you give it a rare candy, it solves that problem. Let's see, how long have we been going? Just over 4 hours now? Okay. I'm thinking at the very moment we might take another break here in a second. But I'm still thinking here. Oh, sweet, I can save here. So yeah, we'll save here. Did I save? Yes. There we go. No one saw that. Okay, so I'm going to take a break here. And I'm primarily doing that because I want to stretch my legs. I'm getting a little restless, as you can tell, as I keep changing positions of sitting. And, we'll pop this bad boy in the Super Nintendo. Just had a thought. Let's see. If you sit like that, then you sit like... Oh, that's a little sad. No, you can't use a Game Genie on a Super Game Boy, but you can use it on a Game Boy Advance SP. Okay, so I will see you guys in a bit. I will show you M. I don't think I have any more rare candies, but I will still show you M. So I will see you guys, I'd say maybe within 10 minutes. Easy. So you guys stretch, get your drinks, do what you need to do, and I'll do the same. Okay, we're actually back. Load up my red version, Super Game Boy style. Right now, I believe we're in the Elite Four, so this won't take long. Let's see, who do I got? I got Mewtwo. Yeah, see, he has confusion because I started him off at level 5. We're going to switch you for you. Let's just get through this. I'm going to turn up the game music just slightly. But this was my team for this playthrough. I don't think I caught a single other Pokemon. I mean, I bought Magikarp, so... You know what? We'll let Gyarados stay out. See how well he does against Hitmonchan and its Thunder Punch. Not good. It got a critical. Yeah, get that. Get that. Wasted move. You're dead. You're so stinking dead. Now you're going to send out Onyx. It's like I know the game so well. But yeah, I'll show you once we get through the league here. If I had Stadium 1 with me still, because I let my brother borrow it, we would be going like 5 times fast. Yeah, you're fucked, Machamp. I'm sorry. But your focused energy don't do shit. Yeah. Go face my next challenger. Next challenger's Agatha. We're just gonna throw Mewtwo in the front and clear the rest of it. Why am I pressing the button? I got turbo on this controller. Mewtwo's gonna screw your shit up. I don't even have to hold the button. It does it for me automatically. That's even better. Psychic, I don't think was immune to Ghost. Not in Gem 1. Only normal and fighting type were. Last I remember, at least. I mean, in all fairness, I don't think they actually had any real ghost type moves. To be honest with you, I don't think they did. Because, like, I think Nightshade was technically considered psychic too. U2 used Confusion, U2 kills Dragonair, U2 is going to kill the second Dragonair. Yeah, you're just screwed all. You're screwed 5 ways to Sunday. I say that because it's already Tuesday. Your move was worthless and you should feel bad. But no, I gave my nieces and nephew each a copy of Gen 1 games. One got red, one got blue, and the oldest got yellow. And I've told them time and time again, play the game. Because once you do, and you get far enough, you can finally maybe beat me in Pokemon. And needless to say, I don't think they've made much progress. Because they'll be like, oh, you got level 100 Pokemon. I'm like, yeah. And? Like, it only takes me, like, 8 hours, more or less, to beat a Gen 1 Pokemon game. It doesn't take much. And then to get down to level 100, it's just farming the Elite Four. Okay, you can use Reflect all you want. You're still gonna die. And yes, I know I need to change stuff on stream, but we're gonna go back to Gale of Darkness once I show you M. Eventually I'll get the timing for this, but I'm not too concerned about it. See, we at least got out of that one pretty quickly. And this is why when I used the Game Shark to give myself Mewtwo at the very beginning, I made it override Squirtle. Okay, I chose to override Squirtle with Mewtwo for this encounter. Am I just that evil? Yes. Yes, I am. Is he going to die in this hit? Yes, he is. And like that, we have set up everything. As a matter of fact, we'll use a different button so we don't have to keep talking. So yeah, finish the game. We'll go through the credits real quick, or as quick as they go, and yeah. Let's see. Because you're going to just keep talking and doing stuff, so let's see. I guess ghost type was weak. Or psychic was immune to ghost. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so the only ghost type moves in Gen 1, or at least the main ones, were Confuse Ray, Nightshade, and Lick. Oh, and Curse. But, yeah, like, I was able to be hit by Nightshade. I wasn't immune to it when I had, like, an Abracadabra. Or maybe I'm just thinking of something else. I don't know. Maybe it's something for me to look into in the future, but it's yeah, it's a little insane that they only had 4 ghost type moves and only one of them was actually physical. Okay, now we wait. Game has restarted. Blah 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 blah. We're here now. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is let's check our items here. Okay, so you see how we got this max elixir here? We got 3, 4 items. We need 2 more. So what we'll do is we'll take Charizard here. We will fly to Viridian because I am that lazy to not walk that far. We're going to go to the Poke Center, not the center, the Mart. We'll buy a Pokeball, a singular Pokeball, and why not? And an antidote. Now that we got 6 items, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So the first thing we do is make sure we got 6 items. This is the item duplication glitch. I'm going to save here, because why not? We talk to this guy. You let him catch his Pokemon or fail, one of the two. I believe in red and blue he catches them, which is why it works here. In yellow he can't catch it. And then he runs off to the Pokemart to never be found again. You know, that's actually a very good question. Where does he go in yellow after that? So yeah, you do that. You talk to him, go through that whole little tutorial. Then you go to Cinnabar Island here. Yes, my Charizard turned into a bird. And then you go against this. You surf. And you just go up and down the coast here. That's it. Maybe not that quick, but yes. That is M. See? Wild M. He's level 80. Sometimes he can be level 0. You know, it just depends. And... well, we know I only bought 1 antidote. But now I got 9. So if you catch this one... because if it shows up as missing no for the name, that's the one you don't want. You catch this one, give it a rare candy after teaching it 2 of the 4 useful HMs, and then you'll have yourself a Flying Kangaskhan. The other one just corrupts your save file. But what's neat is you can... like, see? Now we got so many of those. But as long as we don't go back on land, the glitch will keep going. See, here's our level 01. Now, the good question is, do I have a rare candy to find? Yeah, you can use Sky Attack, it's fine. I'm not gonna die. It knows 2 water guns. Will I be able to catch it with a Pokeball? Heck no. But, yeah, you get the idea. Generally, you do that and you can get yourself a Flying Kangaskhan. And the other part of the glitch is when you get back to the door here, I think it is, this guy here would be on the roof of the gym. That's it. It's a 2-part glitch. The first part is item duplication. Second part, old man. Third part, Flying Kangaskhan. All in one glitch. But that is Pokemon M. Now we can shut you off. Switch you back to the GameCube. And we are back in business with Gale of Darkness. There is your Pokemon lesson of the day. If you played Gold, Silver, and Crystal, and like I said, this only worked for me in Crystal, you could get yourself a Celebi. And it was like, what was it? You had to had to pretty much beat the game because you had to go and get Sneasel for this. You get Sneasel, I preferred to get 2, one male, one female. And you teach, you level them up till they learn the move Beat Up, I believe. And then you would go into battle, move the move Beat Up to the 3rd slot for the moves, so it'd be the 3rd move that they could have. You know, like, we go into, say, here. So where Aerial Ace's Beat Up would be for Sneasel. And I did for both of them. Then you go to the daycare and... I believe you go to the daycare and you would get an egg or something and name it something ridiculous with... I think you would name it Celebi, but with like a whole bunch of C's at the beginning. There was a lot. There was a whole process to it, but ideally, the hex code of the 3rd move would influence the egg to eventually become Celebi. And then I would just go through Stadium 2's Gym Leader Tower to make it relearn all the old moves. Because it would come out with stuff like Beat Up as well. Like, it came out with a lot of different moves. At one point, I actually ended up with a Meganium that had Aurora Beam because of the glitch. Now, try having that on for a fire type. Now, let's see. You are... Oh, coupon exchange. Wait, what is the prize list? Let's see. May lower special defense. I'm guessing Psychic. Ice Beam. Thunderbolt. Ooh, Flamethrower. Shadow Ball? We got berries. So, but yeah, when I did the Celebi glitch, it erased the speed up functions in Stadium 2. I just realized since I turned up the music, it's probably really, really high. Here we go. Flareon and Ladybug versus Formpool and Wingull. Well, we'll do that. But I think the dumbest thing that Pokemon has done, I would say, is the fact that you no longer need HMs or TMs, really. Like, you never really needed TMs as a whole. They just gave you different moves. but the fact that TMs were no longer breakable really put a sour note in my mouth. And then when they were like, oh no, you don't even need to use HMs anymore, you can just, or teach HMs, you can just use it and be done with it and not waste a move on a Pokemon. There was a give and take, and they took too much. Yes, use your Poison Sting. Man, that Poison Sting really is good in this game. They really go all out with that. Let's see, tackle, call. Da-da-da. Now you're done. We got one more Pokemon for our Shadow Collective here. Cool. But we need to go back now and heal. Because I'm not letting my Pokemon die of poison. We'll go through this and hopefully Poochie here will be close to purification. Yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot of glitches I would use in Pokemon, primarily just the item duplication. And I'd only do that at this point for the steroids that they sell you in the game. Because then I could just max out all the stats on my Pokemon, and then I level them up, and they would be even more maxed out. Okay, so we're actually halfway with Poochie here. That's good. That's good, and we're about to get a good chunk taken away right after this. See? Good chunk. Yeah, use that growl. We'll tackle you. No, we don't want to switch. We want to do that. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't really all that effective. Oh, Flareon's gonna get screwed with that bubble beam. But the speed did not go down, so that's always good. Good job. Kill the core fish. Cool. You gave me the amount for a Pokeball that I can't buy yet. Okay, so are we going to continue on after I kill this cool trainer? Spoink. Let's see. I think Spoink is psychic. So we'll use Bite. I was not wrong. Oinking, spoinking. Haha. Your move sucks and you should feel bad. We'll bite you. Poison Fang you. See how that goes. Well, your move was crap. Everyone's moves here are crap. Yeah, when I played Coliseum, I did grind a little bit for the sake of the different Coliseums, which are like your gyms in this game. But beyond that, there wasn't really much grinding to be done. Okay, so we at least finished. Well, I wasn't really worried about it, considering that I couldn't really catch anything. Like, all the Pokemon that I could catch, I've caught so far, so I'm not really too worried about running out yet. Mind you, all the grinding I generally did in Coliseum was to get rid of Shadow Pokemon status, so it worked in two different methods. I could level up and also get the Pokemon taken care of. Oh look, it's the cleaning mobile. It's a street sweeper. See, they got the big fans and everything. Ooh, it's the Power Rangers. See, there's 6 of them. We got the Power Rangers. Hey, these graphics are still better than anything on the Switch, Pokemon-wise. Still better. Okay, are these guys just gonna keep counting? Is he still in the trunk? Is there anything else here for me to grab? I don't think so. Nope. I would constitute all that as a nope. And I probably never will, because Nintendo ain't getting any more money from me than they already have. Like, I've actually debated selling my Switch. I like never, ever, ever play it. More people have played my Switch than I have. And I bought mine brand new. Like, they've spent more time on it than I have. I think the most common thing I've done was Mario Maker. And even then, I didn't do a whole lot. Ooh, okay, we're definitely getting you. We want you. So we will bite, poison. I guess Shadow's not super effective against Shadow. Super effective against everyone else, though. Okay, so my Pokemon was not able to poison you, but you're gonna poison mine. Jerk. So we'll do that. And we'll do that. Because why not? But it's funny to think that all the Gen 1 and 2 Pokemon in this game, they act exactly the same as they did in Stadium 1 and 2. And to me, I find that amazingly awesome. Like, all the animations you see, as far as like the Pokemon moving, is the same exact from those games. Flareon, no! You died! Send out the teddy bear of doom. Lick him, maybe? Girl's best friend. Still not paralyzed. Oh, but you are poisoned. And you're in fever mode. You know what? No, we're gonna give him one more hit. Just so that we can call Poochyena here. Is he going to kill us? Yes. I thought so. Are we going to catch the Hound Hour, though? We're going to try. Because I know Houndoom was kind of a beast for this game. Berry. Yeah, we got 6 balls. We're fine. We can catch Hound Hour in 6 balls or less. I mean, Hound Hour probably has 6 balls or less. Yeah, you're dead. We got 600 and Hound Hour. Yeah, someone's poisoned or something. We'll go here. Alright, Hound Hour is poisoned because I poisoned him. I was like, which one did I poison? But he should be fine. Or not. Yes, take all 5 of my filthy Pokemon. 3 of them being Shadow Pokemon. Work our way around. So cool knowing the fact that I could play this with one hand. $81 more Pokemon to go. Psybeam. Psybeam? I guess it's not a terrible move. Alright, we have majority of our team is actually doing pretty good. Wait, how far are you? Okay, you're almost there. What are you holding? You're holding a great ball? Give me that. Give him an antidote. Maybe giving him an item will purify him a little quicker too. But I probably should buy some more Pokeballs, just to be on the safe side. I can hold 57 Pokeballs. The scents are for those cologne massages that are disgusting. They're nasty. But we want Pokeballs. Yes. I'd say since we're like the quick way to help purify Pokemon. Granted, the quickest way, in my opinion, is literally just battling. But now we go back. We have freshly healed Pokemon, right? They're healed. We got Houndour. On to Blue. What's Blue got? Blue, what you got for me? Yeah. We want those two first. Then we'll move Houndour. So the last person had fire. You're gonna have water. I'm guessing it's Goldie. No, it's gonna be a third one. Even better. Let's see. You know what? Let's do some shadow moves here and see if we can make it any better. Of course, he's gone. Flareon is about to learn Ember. I think next level. Oh no, it's Field that's Shadow. Use Peck. You're a water type. Attacking a fire type. Are you stupid? Okay, what does Shadow Wave do? Seems like it's kind of like Surf, but Shadow style. What, a water Pokemon? We're gonna try and get one of each thing here, so... Flareon's going to bite you. We're gonna call Poochie. Poochie is now in the clear for purification. Not really trying to evade you, we're trying to catch you now, so... Don't really know what you're caring about here. We'll bite you, we'll swap you out for Houndour. That way you can get some of that purification stuff going for you. I may not use Spiel, like, much at all, but I do agree. Spiel is actually one of the cute Pokemon here. Ooh, we got a Premier Ball! I could have just... Oh wait, no. Oh no, it's every 10. don't think I've used Shadow Shed, so we're going to find out what that does if I don't catch him. And if I kill him, then we're going to wait till towards the end of the game to find him again. More than likely. Alright, we got the cute one. Hondauer seems pissed. Switch. We're going to save here. Ground type, probably. Or maybe psychic type? Remember who's psychic or dark. But Baltoy. Nah, I'll take a Baltoy. Ooh, we got Ember. Yeah, you can go ahead and use your Shadow Blitz. I'm not too concerned about it. It did a decent chunk. That's at least good. So we'll try this setup and then we'll see if we can catch him. Aw. Well, you know, that's why we save. But I'm not going to restart just for Baltoy. Well, we're halfway through. What's our Pokemon team like? Death all around, and a purification ready. Okay. Usually, when the ramen recipe comes up, the reason I have it set for a break is usually because we're not playing something like Pokemon where we can just stand around and do nothing. Anywho, which, speaking of ramen recipes, there is a ramen pizza in this. Let's see. Let's see, we're in salads. Salads and sides. Okay, let's check the Discord, see what was the last recipe I brought in. And since you're so far away, I don't think I'll really be doing the close-up picture. Okay, so it's a casserole. Oriental ramen salad. Am I sure I'm... Yeah, it's green bean mushroom casserole. Yeah. Okay. Today's ramen recipe is southwestern salad, or salad, depending if you live underwater. It makes 4 to 6 servings. You get 2 hearts of romaine lettuce. You cut crosswise into in half-inch thick strips. 1 cup of frozen corn, thawed. So just get corn in a can, I guess. 1 cup of halved cherry tomatoes. 8 ounces boneless, skinless chicken breasts, cooked and diced. 1 ripe avocado diced, and 1 red bell pepper diced. And 1 can, about 15 ounces, of black beans, rinsed and drained. And there's a recipe for the dressing. So for the moment, let's see. Yeah, we're going to do step 1. Wait a second. Oh no, okay, I see it now. Step 1. Combine the lettuce, the corn, tomatoes, chicken, avocado, bell pepper, and black beans in a large bowl and toss well. Then step 2 involves all the dressing stuff, so we'll cover dressing. The dressing, it's 1.5 tablespoons, not teaspoons, of minced shallots, or minced shallot. So, the new Dragon Ball Z character that they keep trying to bring in. It's also on like Devil Artemis. But yeah, shallots. 1 and 1/2 tablespoons of minced shallot. 1/4 cup of lime juice. 2 teaspoons of honey. 1/3 cup of olive oil. 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt, and 1/4 teaspoon of black pepper. 2 tablespoons of finely chopped cilantro, and that's optional. And it says 1 package of ramen noodles, any flavor, broken into small pieces. So I kind of went over this in a different manner than I normally would be, but pretty much you take all your dry stuff and yeah, you just toss it in a bowl. Step 2, whisk the shallot, lime juice, honey, oil, salt, pretty much everything else in a medium bowl. So all the top ingredients go in one bowl and all the ingredients go in the other. Add salad to the mixture, toss to coat, and then you sprinkle with crushed ramen noodles. No seasoning packet needed. So I am going to take that picture now. So let's see, we'll get that. Maybe if I'm not in the light, it'll come out a little better. Yep. And then, even though we don't really need a picture of salad because we know what salad looks like, And that is it. It is now in the Discord for future use. Now we go back to the stream. Okay, so we're gonna heal, purify, and I think we'll clear out those peon people. And I think we'll call it a stream there. That is the plan. I mean, we haven't really done a whole lot in the game, but we have 5 out of 83 shadow Pokemon. Got Dig now. That's actually a pretty solid move. Heal Bell. The one thing that I miss, or that I've missed out on, is because I didn't get Pokemon, what was it? The Pokemon Bank and Poke Transfer before the 3DS store went down. But if you take a Pokemon from here, put it in the Game Boy Advance game, put it in Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum, transfer it to Black and White, and then transfer it into the Pokemon Bank, and then play, I think, Brilliant Diamond or Sapphire, or not Sapphire, Pearl, you get a special ribbon for any of the Pokemon you get here. Something about like long journey from home or something. But yeah, and I'd say about the one thing I don't like about this game is that besides the price of it being almost $200 nowadays, thankfully I got mine for cheap. The one thing I don't like about this is that there's a bonus disc that if you like fill up or something, you get Jirachi, and it's just as expensive as the game, if not more. But in Japan, you get Celebi instead of Jirachi, which makes me a little sadder, because I would rather have Celebi than Jirachi. Ooh, Electric type. I'm guessing Electrike is the Shadow Pokemon. That is my guess. That is my gamble. And I am wrong. So instead, we're going to do that. Yeah, just... Oh, I forgot to heal. That's stupid of me. And now I'm paralyzed. Mareep. Mareep is a solid one because of Ampharos. I just realized that's not going to do much. It still did a decent chunk there. Wow. I actually expected that to kill me. That I understand killing me. let's see. We'll send you out. And good chunk gone for you. We will hit the Shadow Wave and the Shadow Blitz. Okay, it was a critical hit, so that's always good. Right? I love Mareep in that regard. Just we'll try Ember. Maybe we can actually catch him. I like his little hops. I just realized you have a banana next to your name. I don't even know where those come from. Like, I don't know where those little icons come from. We'll call. Snag. Snaggity snag. Mine. Give me that. Yeah. Got Mareep. So far, we've only missed out on Baltoy. And yeah, you're poison. You you are going to be the problem child here. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea how those things work. But it's nice to know that people are at least able to get a banana. I like bananas. Even though all the ones we get at the store now are cloned. Heal them, healing wench. You're not Nurse Joy. You're a mistake. Maybe you're an Officer Jenny that became a Nurse Joy. I just realized that that Pokeball on the healing thing is trying to do the DVD thing. For a second I was like, ooh, is it going to hit the corner? No, it never will. Okay, come here, purple. If you're not poison, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. At least you match coughing. Not so much Grimer, though. Grimer's a little too dark for you. Just knock them out one at a time. One at a time, that's all we need. Once Flareon hits this next level up, it should learn Ember. At least according to the Google. Okay. Still technically a poison type. Poison gas sucks. Oh yeah, level 16. Yes. Yes. Million times yes. Screw sand attack. We want the Ember. Right? And just in time too, because the next person's going to be grass. Supersonic. Well, there is an easy solution to every problem. Seal. Go have some fun. Okay. See, right there was my reaction. Just, yeah. We got water gun. Just hit them with the double nasty of fire and water. I was gonna say, usually it's not all that great, but you got a critical on that. But this is good. This is real good. We can still do some damage and make some progress. Is it a D's nut joke? Wait, do we have any other? Nope, it's just these two. You know what? We'll try the Pokeball now. So far, we've only missed one. Perp 6. First Pokemon in the storage system. Oh yeah, this guy's screwed. He's screwed 6 ways to Sunday. All because Flareon knows Ember now. Oh, it is for what? Yeah. And they're level 9. They're so dead. Why do I feel like Flareon didn't use Ember when they were supposed to? Okay, you used Absorb. Nothing too fancy there. Oh, Flareon did not use Ember. Was But at least this puts us in a good standing to knock out everyone else and leave the last one standing for me to catch. Filthy Lotad. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Bye bye, Oddish. I'll miss your head banging. Yeah, I don't care that you're a water grass. You're probably still going to die in one hit here. Ooh, Sita. We can get a shift tree from you. That probably is the only thing that saved you there. So sad. Well, we'll tail whip. We'll ember you. Yeah, use that shadow wave. Aww. Oh well. We missed 2 out of what? 6? We missed a third of the Pokemon here. It's kind of ironic, actually. We got you, missed you, got you, and missed you. So, let's see, it is about 4:30 now. Hmm. Which means I usually go for about another hour and a half. But I got some stuff to take care of before I go to bed. Because I need to sleep. Not immediately, but soon. I still gotta do stuff like laundry and make my work lunch. So, I will say we're going to raid out to someone else if there's anyone actually up and about. And do. So, out of all things we've done today, we have gotten some shadow Pokemon. We have shown off how to get Pokemon M, and we've gotten a little bit done. today. Raid browser. Okay, who is... We can either go and check out someone playing Chaos Zero Nightmare, Honkai Star Rail, or Classic RuneScape. Those are our three options. Why? Because those are the people that I follow. But for those of you that are into drops, we're going to go to this Honkai Star Rail, assuming it lets me rate them. Yeah. So I will see you guys in uh, a week. We'll probably continue on with the uh, Wolf Among Us and come back. Well, that'll be Sunday, and come back on Monday for some more Pokemon. So I will see you guys then. So until then, stay safe, stay beautiful, and we love you. So you have a good night, morning, whatever it may be.